Hi everyone and welcome to the Choose France Education and Career Fair Singapore 2020. My name is Arthur Bioro and I'm the head of the Campus France office here in Singapore. So, what is the Choose France Education and Career Fair? It's a digital fair organized from the 17th November to 21 November. Entirely digital, it will give you the occasion to meet more than 40 French universities and companies for talks and one-to-one sessions organized for the whole week. You can find here the agenda, which is also available on the Campus France Singapore website and the Choose France Education and Career Fair website. Before giving the floor for the French representatives, I will give a short presentation on the reasons why you should choose France for your studies. Well, if we say France, you probably have some stereotypes in mind, like Paris, the bread, wine and cheese, French kiss, of course. But you are not the only one to have those stereotypes, and that's actually something that attracts a lot of people. France is actually the first tourist destination in the world, with more than 90 million visitors in 2018. France is also a huge cultural hub with a lot of activities organized every year. More than 1,200 museums, 5,000 movie theaters, thousands of concerts, festivals, and 44 World Heritage sites all over the country. Studying in France means also studying in the heart of Europe. In France, if you study in a big city, you're always less than 2 hours away from any other capital in Europe. France is, of course, a country for art and literature. Probably you've heard about people like Victor Hugo, who was a very famous writer, but also François Truffaut as a film director, Edith Piaf, who wrote the most famous French songs that are known all over the world, or maybe Claude Monet, who is a very famous painter as well. But France is also a country for science and research, with more than 60 Nobel laureates and 16 field medals that are the Nobel for mathematics. Of course, you know Marie Curie, who was Nobel laureate twice in 1903 and 1911. But there are also very important researchers that got those prestigious awards, like, for example, Cédric Villani in 2010 in mathematics, Jean Tirole, who got the Nobel in economics in 2014, or Françoise Barré-Sinoussi, who got the Nobel laureate, who was Nobel laureate in 2008 for her work on AIDS and medicine. All of that makes the country the second most awarded country for the Fields Medal and the fourth most awarded country for Nobel Prizes. With such researchers, France is also a big high-tech country. Big companies like Ariane or Airbus in the fields of aeronautics and aerospace are actually located in France, especially in Toulouse, in the southwest of the country, where you have the factories for the Airbus. Maybe you know Airbus planes, like the A380, for example. That plane is actually a European and French plane who was created in Toulouse, in the south of France. France is also known for its TGV, one of the fastest trains in the world that link all the cities in France and also some other in the rest of Europe. France is also a vibrant innovation ecosystem. For example, La French Tech gathers most of the startups in France, with almost 10,000 startups, $3 billion rise in 2017, 300 incubators, 50 accelerators, etc. There are also other things really interesting for startups in France, like, for example, the Station F, the biggest startup incubator in the world, that was created a few years ago in Paris, and that helped to launch more than 1,000 startups in a few years. This innovation system was celebrated in Singapore during the France-Singapore Innovation Year in 2018. With more than 60 events, 12 official high-level visits, 20 cooperation agreements, and 6 areas of strategic partnership, It was a very big event at this time. France is also a country with top-ranked universities. For example, in 2020, France was third in the academic ranking of world universities, also known as the Shanghai ranking. In this ranking, 30 French higher education institutions and research centers were available. And Paris-Saclay University is actually 14th for the whole universities worldwide. France is also a leading industrial power. Whatever you are interested in, you can do it in France in one city. For example, if you are interested in luxury, you can go to Paris, which is the worldwide fashion capital. If you are more into aeronautics, of course, go to Toulouse, where you can find Airbus, Ariane, and other aeronautics big players in the world. More into food and beverage, you can go to Bordeaux, of course. There you can study enology, work for big gastronomic restaurants, work in wine castles. If you are more keen to chemistry, you can go to the south of France, in the Mediterranean Sea, in Marseille. If you are more into pharmaceutical industry, Lyon, one of the second biggest city in France, is actually very specialized in that, with big companies in this field located there. So now I will give you some key figures about studying in France. So studying in France means studying with more than 325,000 other international students. That means that you will not feel alone. France is also the first most popular study abroad destination for international students, after the US, the UK, and Australia, and also the first most popular non-English speaking country for international students. The French higher education system is very big and diverse, with more than 80 universities, 200 engineering schools, business and management schools, but also technical colleges and specialized schools in every field, gastronomy, language schools, etc. That makes more than 2.5 million students in France. Again, you will not feel alone. How does the system work, by the way? In France, we have two pathways generally. One is the university pass, with the licence, master and doctorat degree. And the other one is the Grandes Écoles system. The university pass is a bit like everywhere in the world, in Singapore or other countries. You start with a licence, which is equivalent to a bachelor degree, is in 3 years, and at the end you get 180 ECTS. ECTS for European Credit Transfer System. Then you can take your master degree in 2 years, and after that you can go for your doctorate if you are keen to make research in 3 years. The Grandes Écoles system is something very French, actually, more selective and also very prestigious. It's mostly for engineering and business schools, but also social sciences, like Sciences Po, for example. Most of the Grandes Écoles, usually they use the CPGE system, class préparatoire aux grandes écoles, prep schools systems. That's a 2 years long program, very intensive, that prepares students for the admission exams to the Grandes Écoles. But it's also possible to study in a Grandes Écoles at the bachelor degree directly, especially in international programs, like for example at ESSEC, Sciences Po, but also École Polytechnique, one of the most prestigious school of engineering in France. Those schools will actually present their program later during the fair. So yeah, studying in France doesn't mean that you need to study in France. Of course, it's in French. Of course, it's something that can worry you, but no worry at all. No, most of the universities, higher education institutions, they propose their program in English. With more than 1,600 programs in every field, you don't have to worry about not understanding something or finding that the course is too hard. Some schools, like the École Polytechnique, Sciences Po, they propose bachelor completely taught in English. And I will let the representative from the school talk more about that later. French universities degrees are actually also open to international recognitions. Most degrees from the French higher education system are recognized by many countries in the EU and around the world, thanks to the European Credit Transfer and Accumulation System. That means that when you get a French degree, you actually get, I would say, a European degree. If you have a French bachelor, it's completely recognized in any other European country and the rest of the world. You can also take double degree programs with Singaporean institutions if you are interested in. Sciences Po has one. There is also the French double degree program between 6 of the most prestigious engineering schools in the world, in France, and the National University of Singapore. Other institutions propose their own double degree program. Don't hesitate to contact us if you need more information on this subject. So here you have a list of links that can interest you for the program taught in English, the bachelor and master's degree program, etc., etc. Don't hesitate to check it out if you have any question on this. So now let's talk about another issue that you may have. It's of course the cost and funding issue. No worries, the French government subsidizes all students, even international ones. That means that studying in France is actually something quite affordable compared to other countries. In France, if you go to a public university, you will only have to pay 2,770 euros for 1 year at the bachelor degree and 3,770 euros for 1 year at the master degree. The rest is paid by the French government. So that makes your studies quite cheap. The cost of living is also actually very affordable. It's cheaper than in Singapore, and you can have a good life and a lot of discount with your student pass, especially in transportation, cultural activities, and sometimes even in food and restaurants. Anyway, if you are looking for scholarships or grants, it's also possible. A lot of institutions offer grants and scholarships like national and local governments, schools and universities, corporations, foundations, etc. For example, at the French Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, there is the Eiffel Scholarship Program of Excellence, mostly for master students. But if you have any question on this, don't hesitate to contact us. You can also check the Campus Bourse website for more information on the grants available in France. Finally, there is the French Embassy here in Singapore who launched the France Excellence Internship Program, the fastest way to launch your career. The France Excellence Internship Programs finance your internship in France by helping you to find your career path, strengthen your resume, develop your skills, and create your network. We will pay for your trip to France and also help you in all administrative process that you may have. More information will be given during the France Excellence Internship session organized on Saturday, 10 a.m. Don't hesitate to come for that. So here you have more links and information on all those subjects. Don't hesitate to contact us again if you have any question. So now, what does it mean to live in France regarding the health situation or healthcare? So studying in France, that means that you live in a country where you have national healthcare, which is called the social security. Everyone has to register to the social security, and the registration is free of charge and completely online, completely in English. That means that if you need to go to the hospital or any other thing like this, you won't have to pay the full price, and you will be reimbursed for some health issues that you may have in France. So that's something really important for students. France is also a business-friendly environment, an environment favorable to innovation and young entrepreneur, and the 6th largest economy in the world. Creating your company in France is really easy. So after you study, you can easily create your own startup in France and develop your business there. France is actually home of 31 of the world's 500 leading companies and is now considered as a startup nation. Studying in France doesn't mean that you need to speak French, as I mentioned before. But if French is not a requirement, start out in English and your French will improve as well. And that's a good point because French is a recognized international language expected to be spoken by 700 million of people in 2050. It's actually the most widely studied language just after English and the official language of multiple organizations like the United Nations, the African Union, the European Union, UNESCO, Red Cross, Olympic Games, etc. French is really easy to learn. You can discover French at Alliance Française de Singapour, and for more information, don't hesitate to contact them. So now, who are we at Campus France? Campus France is the national agency for the promotion of French higher education abroad. It aims to promote the French higher education system and welcome foreign students and researchers in France. It also encourages international mobility and manages scholarships programs and the alumni network, France Alumni. For the France Alumni Network, we organize a lot of activities, like for example, the France Alumni Singapore Lecture Series that allows students to meet with French alumni that had a big career in either the public or private sector in Singapore. For example, in early November, during the Voila Festival, we organized a French Alumni Singapore Lecture Series with Mr. Alan Chan, chairman of the LTA, Land and Transport Authority. We will also organize much more event and networking sessions in the coming month. So follow us on our social network for more information. For the last 5 years, 2,500 students from Singapore went to France. What about you? What are you waiting for? Campus France Singapore is part of the Embassy of France in Singapore, located in Cluny Park Road, Botanic Garden MRT. We are here to help students who want to have an experience in France, and we also coordinate the compulsory pre-visa application called the Études en France application. We are available on our website, of course, by mail at study@ambafrance-sg.org, on Facebook on Campus France Singapore, and also on Instagram. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question now, I will be available just after this session on a Zoom room for you to allow you to ask me any question you would have. Now, I wish you a very, very good education and career fair, and I see you later for the one-to-one sessions. Thank you very much, merci beaucoup, and see you later. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Frederic. I'm here connected with you from Lyon, France. I'm the director of a French school called Lyon Bleu International, so situated in Lyon, the second largest city in France. Lyon is in the middle of our territory, well connected with all the main European cities, well connected with Paris, near the Alps, Mediterranean Sea, so an ideal location to come and Lyon is a very big city, modern and rapid transport system, a lot of development projects, a very active economy. So choosing Lyon to study French would be a choice of modern, integrated in the modern world. The whole city and its agglomeration is connected with a big network of transportation. Quite cheap, 30 euros per month, with unlimited access to all the city transportation. Here are some pictures of our transportation. Lyon was the first city in the world to have the free bicycle system. So we are proud of it. And it's a good way to show you how Lyon is dynamic and modern. Continuing with transport and location of Lyon in Europe and in France, we are only 2 hours from Paris by TGV, our high-speed train. We have an international airport, only from the main European capitals. Lyon is a blend of history and modernity. So Lyon was founded during the Roman Empire, so we have a lot of history and a lot of stories to tell you. But it's also a city that looks towards future. Choosing Lyon, it's also choosing the French way. Lyon is very well known for life, food, gastronomy, wines. We have a lot of pedestrian zones, a lot of boutiques, and we have a very, how can I say, very pleasant and very peaceful life, even if we are a big city. Another reason to choose Lyon, to finish a little bit with the location of Lyon, it's also to be connected with a lot of things in France, lakes, Alps, seaside, nature. So for those of you that would like also to use your study in France to visit a little bit of France, Lyon is the ideal location. Lyon, it's culture. We have a lot of districts, a lot of monuments, a lot of history, as I told you. So that would be also a choice for those of you that would like to be more aware about French history and European history. Concerning the school now, as I told you, Lyon Bleu is a French school. We were founded in 1999, 20 years ago. We welcome more or less 1,500 students per year from everywhere in the world. It's a reason also to choose Lyon Bleu from everywhere in the world, a lot of nationalities. Lyon Bleu is a proud member of Campus France since 2012. Lyon Bleu is also accredited by our French government by a label called Qualité Fleur since 2011 with the maximum 15 stars. We are also a proud member of a French association called Groupement FLE. FLE means Français langue étrangère, French as a foreign language, since 2000. We are located right in the city center. You can see there are 2 rivers connected in Lyon. The hypercenter is between the 2 rivers, and we are just the other side of one of the 2 rivers. You can walk from our school to the hypercenter. Takes you maybe 10-15 minutes. Our district is really nice, elegant, really chic. a lot of shops, a lot of boutiques, a lot of bars and restaurants. We are only 10 minutes walk from the hypercenter and also from the beautiful Tête d'Or Park, which is one of the biggest park in Europe. We are located in modern premises. We have 16 classrooms equipped for active and modern pedagogy. We have a big student lounge, a library. We have student resources that you can use. We are located in very and friendly premises. Our team of teachers, so that's me. Our team of teachers is trained and qualified to teach French from the university. We have also very active admin staff to help you to organize your program. So that's important. Choosing Lyon Bleu means choosing also people that will be here to help you with a boss, me. And I'm really precise. I like my staff to be really committed every day for the welfare of our students. The programs. We have a lot of programs, but I choose to focus on the preparation for higher education here on a presentation from Campus France. So that means students that probably would like to choose France to higher education studies. So with Lyon Bleu, you can get ready for your studies in France by a linguistic preparation and also by a methodological preparation to prepare you for the French university education. We can provide the language preparation with masters, with intensive that will bring you to B2 level, which is the level generally requested in higher education. So I put there a little forecast of a plan. So if you plan to spend 6 to 9 months of language preparation before your French university, then you can sign up for our intensive semester. We have 3 semesters available, independent, one of the other. It's not mandatory to choose 3 semesters. It depends obviously on your starting level. So you can come beginning of January, middle of the year 21 in May, and also in September, according to your time and also your project. So here you have a little presentation of how many weeks would be recommended according to your start level. I won't read everything, but see that obviously the more proficient, the shorter your program will be. And this is only a recommendation. You can also obviously talk with us and see if you need more or less lessons of French. We have a university preparation course program specific that we recommend, not from the beginning of the linguistic preparation, but let's say closer to the date you will start your higher education program. So you will have a linguistic preparation in group, intensive or semi-intensive, and then preparation for methodology in individual lessons. This allows us to be flexible with our students to focus on their specific needs and also to be flexible on the starting date and end of this preparation program. In addition to that, Lyon Bleu offers more than programs all year long for all levels. We have general French, we have combi course, mixed group and individual. We have specific French program. We can prepare you for DELF and DALF exams. We have French and culture for those of you that would like to visit Lyon for tourism and not only for higher education. And we have obviously online French courses for people who want to prepare a little bit before coming to France and have less money involved for accommodation and traveling. You can discover all our program on our website. It's www.lyon-bleu.fr, and you will have all our programs. It's French, English, Spanish, German, Italian, Japanese, and Russian, but English obviously will be useful for you. What can Lyon Bleu do for you in addition to the course? Help you to find accommodation, and we can also help you in your all the paperwork with proceeding for visa, for instance. Concern also university and higher education, we have partners here in Lyon with private universities, and Lyon Bleu will help you, so we can be a fast track with our university partners. We can do also for your accommodation. We offer mainly two solutions: accommodation with host families and accommodation in a residence. We can help you also to make your way from the airport to the accommodation. We work with very nice and friendly host families. Most of them have been working with us for many, many years. Choosing a homestay is a way to share everyday life with French people. It's a good value for money. It's an immersion, additional immersion with French. They are near the school, and it's a good way to start staying in France, so you have people around you that can help you and make your way in French life. Our host families, as I told you, are in the city center, and more than half are at walking distance from our school. Accommodation in a residence, it's for those of you that would like to have more student life. We choose to work with private residences that rent furnitures with a good standard of quality. We inspect our residences. We want our students to be happy and to be comfortable and to feel safe. So we put a lot of focus on the quality of the residences that we offer. I put there a sample of price, so you can have a costume for a semester in Lyon Bleu, plus accommodation in a family, then the registration fee, accommodation booking fee, and airport transfer. Voilà. That's an estimate, obviously, but it's just to give you an idea of the cost. Sorry. We can help you with your administrative procedures. We can help all the documents that will be needed for your visa, the procedure fee, the immigration office once you're here, with your bank account, and any other needs that you might have. I want to focus a little bit on our pathway programs. I told you university partners in Lyon. Our partners are in a group called FIGS, Fix Education. So it's a partnership that allows us to offer you a lot of bachelor and master programs in more than different cities in France, with a lot of specialties. We are very proud of this partnership. We know them for years, and again, that would be a fast track if you don't have any idea of the kind of university you might choose. Lyon Bleu and Fix will be able to offer you a wide range of programs that you could choose and prepare your French proficiency with Lyon Bleu, and then integrate one of their schools. We can help you. We can help you to contact Fix Education, and we will be able also to guide you on the best timeline to combine language preparation and registration with Fix Education. I gave you here an example of timeline of your project. So January, June, that would be the time dedicated to French course to reach B2 or C1. January, February, as you start your French course, you can also start application progress partner. April, July, you have your DELF exam, B2 requested, and then you start a university program with FIGS in September, October. That's just an example. There are many other combinations, because just to give you an idea of the timeline that you could follow. This is the presentation of our school, our city, our thesis, and focus on the pathway program. I thank you so much for your attention. You can follow us obviously on the usual social media. And I'm in a few minutes to answer your questions if you have some. Thank you so much. Bye.
studying the Master of Fashion Design.
Everything is fashion.
I'm just gonna do something that I like.
My dream is to have a brand.
Enjoy. I love the school.
My name is Chris. I'm 20. From Barcelona.
Fréquente pour le styliste.
To be a fashion designer.
The meaning of fashion.
I want to be a fashion designer.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the presentation of Istituto Morangoni, one of the leading fashion art and design schools in the world. So today I would like to talk about our history first. We were born in, let's say, we were established in 1935, so we have 85 years history, and we were founded in Milan, Italy. We've been enhancing and nurturing talent in the creative industries for 85 years. So again, established in 1935, then about 20 years ago, we opened up branches in all the major fashion art and design capitals in the world. So another branch in then Paris, France. In China, we have two. We have Shanghai and Shenzhen. We therefore opened two more campuses, one that focuses on design and another one in Florence, Firenze, which focuses on art and fashion. We furthermore have two more campuses, one in India, Mumbai, and Miami in the US. So here we'll quickly like to talk about what makes our institute particular. So we call it Marangoniness. So the specific aspects that make Istituto Morangoni different from the other fashion art and design schools. So at the core of our education, so we talk about Italianness. In Italian, we say bello e ben fatto, which means something beautifully made. The sense of aesthetic and functionality is present in everything we make. And no matter which campus students are studying, in Europe or beyond, the sense and the design Italian makes each and every campus. Prestigious locations. As I've shown you before, campuses are located in the major and most important fashion and design capital. But what is even more important is that the campus itself is always in the most iconic design or fashion district. This is because we want our students to breathe and to be inspired by art and fashion on their way to school and on their way back. This is because the more the students are touched, let's say, by fashion and art, the better then they are becoming. specialized professional teachers. Over 80% of our tutors and professors, they come from this is because we like our academic staff to really be connected with the job market. So the idea is that what they're teaching to students is something that they have been doing as well. Lastly, IndustriLink, Istituto Marangoni has been active in the fashion and design world for 85 years, meaning that we've been forging relationships with all the major brands. So being part of Istituto Marangoni enables you to be in contact with this network that has been created by Istituto Marangoni for 85 years. A sentence to use to describe Istituto Marangoni is that the world is your playground. What does it mean? Again, first, the campuses are available in several countries and continents, but what is important is the fact that if a course is available in different cities, you can choose to start, let's say, Milan, studying fashion design, but you may end up London and completing your bachelor over there. So imagine that your path could be done across different institutes. So again, you may choose to do, I don't know, fashion styling course and do year 1 and year 2 in Paris, but then you want to experience a different and new fashion capital. Call this the cross-school experience, which is something unique that all Istituto Marangoni has. Here, just a quick overview of the Thank you. Apologies, I lost my connection. So I was talking about the locations where Istituto Marangoni is present. Another point that I want to state is the fact that our methodology is really a practical methodology. So we're always talking about a hands-on approach. So learning by doing. Again, 80% and more of our professors and tutors, they come from the industry, so they're going to teach you what they have been experiencing themselves, coming from boutique companies or even large brands, luxury brands and fashion houses. The range of courses at Istituto Marangoni are complete. So you have from short courses, you have foundation courses, you have bachelor's, and even postgraduate courses. So the whole complete range. And we divide our range into 3 macro areas. So you have fashion studies, design studies, and art studies. And again, for Korea, you have from short courses all the way to postgraduates. So here, in terms of fashion, we divide fashion in, again, 3 areas. We have fashion design, which is, I will say, the classic area that more or less everybody knows of. Then we have fashion styling or creative direction, and then fashion business. To make it simple, fashion design represents the area where accessory, clothes, and garments are made. So it's all about from sketches away to creating a collection. Fashion design or styling or creative direction, it has to do with the image and the values and the feeling that a brand wants to express. And how to do this? Well, through social media, through magazines, PR. So again, the communication process, what a brand wants to communicate, is done through the creative direction department. Lastly, fashion business. Again, fashion is industry. Therefore, you need to run sales, marketing, purchasing, buying, and all the functions that you will find in any other company. Second area, so first is fashion, second is design. And again, here design courses are available in a variety of campuses, and design studies are divided into the 3 typical areas. So you have product design, visual design, and interior design. And again, here, apart from Paris, we don't have the design courses. In the other campuses, so Milan and London in Europe, you will find the complete offering. Lastly, we have art studies, and art studies are only present in Firenze, so Florence in Italy. This is because Florence was at the epicenter of the Renaissance period. I don't know if you've ever been to Florence, but Florence is basically an open museum, so it makes sense for students interested in art to be located in this campus. Here's just a quick overview of our facilities. We keep the same design feeling throughout campuses to maintain the very brand. So you may be studying in Paris or London or Florence. The feeling in terms of design is the same. Istituto Marangoni, of course, because it has been in the education industry for 85 years, has been cooperating with all the possible fashion houses, design companies, so on and so forth from around the globe. So Istituto Marangoni is a source of talent. Therefore, industries, companies, they recruit students from our institution, especially because during the course of your academic path, you'll be working on project connection with the industry. Therefore, companies will come to the school and teach a specific problem or idea to students who then work on a project. And if the project is successful, it is also very often used by the companies themselves. Therefore, we say the industries seek talent. Here, just a quick few projects, for instance, that our students have been working on, and then they were successfully picked up by the companies. Let you run some images. In this case, for instance, our students from the surface style program, they've been working with Le Ceramiche, which is a ceramic company in the Italian landscape. Just go back 1 second to the previous slide. It was slightly slow. Let's see if it goes on. If it doesn't, anyway, we have every year we have over 2 million euros. Oh, there you go, 2 million euros of worth of scholarships. So we are always looking for the most talented and worthy students. So no matter the country, of course, someone is applying to, we do often have the scholarship competitions and projects in partner companies. Typically, a donor could go from 5,000 up to 5,000 euros up to 50% of the tuition fee. Again, Istituto Marangoni is really competitive, but the worthies are able to get these scholarships. Furthermore, for competitive and successful students, there is the opportunity to participate and attend the major fashion and design shows, which happen in Milan, Paris, and London. And students are also able to showcase their products in case, of course, they are able to win internal competitions. Here is slightly, but you will see a list of all the companies we have working with, and also those that recruited talent that came from the market. In 2016, we did an analysis with Deloitte. We have over 94% job placement rate, and 80% segment within the fashion, which is the luxury sector. Here, a quick view of our alumni. We have over 50 students, actually alumni now, that successfully attained BAs and MAs at Istituto Marangoni throughout the world. So here I want to quickly show some of the successful stories of Istituto Marangoni. Again, Istituto Marangoni truly international. Only 20% of our students come from Italy, 80% from the world. The last thing I want to talk about is the Alumni Collection. So every year we select one alumni from all over the world, so one master student who is extremely talented. And what we're going to do, we're going to sponsor a complete collection for the student. So the student has a chance to see in real life how a collection of 20, even 30 pieces is going to look like. And this very will be presented at the Milan, Paris, or London fashion show. So this is a great way for this to be fully sponsored. So the student doesn't have to pay, to be fully sponsored and showcase his or her talent at one of the most important events in the world, and to be internationally recognized and to launch his or her career. So again, apologies before, I had some technical issue on my side. So if you lost me for a little bit, I do apologize. Anyway, I'm disposable for any further question. And again, we look forward to providing more information on how Istituto Morangoni has been enhancing and nurturing talent within the creative industry with a focus on fashion, art, design, and again, with campuses in Europe in all the major fashion, art, and design capitals: London, Paris, and Milan, plus Firenze, Florence in Italy as well. So I do thank you, and again, I welcome any further question you may have.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. So my name is Charlotte Esnou. I am from the Nantes School of Art, l'École des Beaux-Arts de Nantes-Saint-Nazaire in France. So I'm going to start by, sorry, I'm going a bit too fast, showing you where we are located on the map. So if you can see it here on the screen, you can see Paris on the top corner. On the top right corner, and then Nantes-Saint-Nazaire is right on the west coast of France by the Loire River. It's about 2 hours away from Paris with the speed train. And so we have two campuses. One is located in the city of Nantes and the other one in the city of Saint-Nazaire. And it's about 30 minutes away from each other. I'll show you a picture in a second. So this is the city of Nantes. It's by the Loire River, as I mentioned, and the city of Saint-Nazaire. So this is still Nantes, as you can see on the picture. So it has a lot of cultural assets. As you can see, the castle here, and a lot also of public installation in the city. So it's a very nice place to live in. It's also less expensive than Paris to be at, which is also an interesting thing for the students to consider. And this is the city of Saint-Nazaire, as I mentioned, is on the seaside. So it's another type of landscape, but it's also very nice to be at. So to introduce you in a nutshell who we are, Les Beaux-Arts Nantes-Saint-Nazaire is a highly selective public higher art institution. We teach fine art. We're delivering national degrees recognized by the French government. The first national degree is the equivalence of what we call a licence. It's a DNA, it means Diplôme National d'Art, and it's delivered in 3 years, the same as an undergrad. And then after these first 3 years, students usually carry on for an additional 2 years, which is the equivalent of a master's degree. And that's called in Les Beaux-Arts a DNSEP, which means Diplôme National Supérieur d'Expression Artistique. And that diploma is delivered in 5 years. So it's the equivalent of a master's degree program. The school in Nantes provides preparation combining fundamental elements of the artistic method with issues of contemporary art. It has a strong focus on contemporary art. That's very important to know. And the particularity of it is that it's studio-based with a lot of technical training. So the school is actually built around technical poles, and these poles are being supervised by artists or technicians, and there are many of them at the school. You could do woodwork, metal, ceramics, sculpture, all types of sculpture, painting, drawings, and also more specific things such as lithography, serigraphy. And there's also a lot of digital video, sound, and performances. So all of this is available to the student all throughout their time at the school. And they start by kind of exploring progressively each and every one of these medium. And then they narrow it down if they want to, or they explore new medium, etc., etc. And of course, that technical training is completed by a wide range of theoretical classes, not to forget art history, but there's also a lot of methodology and thesis writing, especially in the master's degree. Study trips, there's the learning of languages, etc., etc. So the question that always comes up is that what do we do after such a diploma, after, being at the School of Beaux-Arts for 3 or for 5 years? Well, a lot of our students then, become involved in the contemporary art scene in France or abroad, and they also do photography, digital art. They get involved in the art market and fashion landscape. So it's very broad: communication, interactive design, illustration, etc., etc. So the school really gives you a basis for your artistic practice, and it's a lot based on personal artistic project. All right, so these are images from the school in Nantes and in Saint-Nazaire. The building in Nantes, you can see, is very new. It is well, we have came into that building in 2017. And it's a former ship factory that was rehabilitated in the Quartier de la Création on the island of Nantes in the city center. And it's a very nice building because it's very spacious, and there's a lot of the first ground is completely dedicated to workshops and technical places. So there's a lot of space for creativity and for the students to set up their little world there. As you can see here, you see some of the technical workshops. So there's lithography on the top left, and then on the right, there's metal work, woodwork, and lithography as well. That gives you an idea. All right, so the complicated thing to understand is how you as an international student can get involved at the school. Well, you have different options. If you are a student interested in coming to France to study art and design, or art or design, you can come to Beaux-Arts Nantes Saint-Nazaire, and it really depends on your personal project, but also the level of studies that you've already done in your home country. So you can start right off the bat with entering the school on the first or second year if you don't have any type of higher education in the art sector in your country. So what you will do is that you will enter the school through what we call a classe préparatoire internationale, which lasts for 1 year. And the classe préparatoire internationale is a preparatory program, basically. And it will give you the tool to kind of refine your artistic project, but also get a sufficient language level, French level. But you will also be learning English if you want to, etc., etc. And that classe préparatoire will prepare you to enter École des Beaux-Arts Nantes Saint-Nazaire or any other school of your choice which you would like to prepare. And to get into, and it will give you the opportunity to enter the schools right at either the first year or the second year if you have the level for it. If you already have a type of instruction or artistic diploma or artistic level in your own country, then you will prepare to enter parallel admissions in a School of Fine Art in France. That could be the School of Beaux-Arts Nantes Saint-Nazaire, but that can also be any other school. And so to do so, you will enter a 1-year program, which is called the Programme International Équivalence. And that will give you an upgrading, and I will present you this more in detail in the next slide, but that will give you an upgrading of your artistic practice, and also in French language. After that Programme International Équivalence, you'll be able to integrate either the School of Beaux-Arts Nantes Saint-Nazaire at upper level, so that could be year 2, year 3, but also in the master's level if you have the level for it, and then receive either the graduation from the Beaux-Arts Nantes Saint-Nazaire at the 3rd year, so the which I mentioned before, the DNA, the Diplôme National d'Art, or if you start in the master level or carry on to the master level, then you will be able to graduate from the DNSEP, which is the master's degree level of the École des Beaux-Arts Nantes Saint-Nazaire. But you can also prepare for the parallel admission of any other school of your choice in France. So I'll go into detail for that a bit later. So classe préparatoire internationale d'art et de design, which I mentioned, is geared to prepare for the first year entry exam for schools of art and design in France. You can also apply abroad, but we will focus on France. And it's a 1 year of intense art and French language course. It will be taught in French, but also in English, but mostly, of course, because you are in France, the language of training will be also, will have to necessitate a French level, a French language level, which you will be prepared for. But we also require that you already have a level of French language prior to entering, and usually we accept, or we require students to have a A2 or B1 level of French prior to their entry into the program, but the A1 level is also accepted. The prerequisite for this program is only to have the equivalent of a high school diploma in your home country. You will be mixed with the French students as well, so that's kind of it's a very nice setup for learning. Small sizes, classes, a lot of personalized attention. It's a foundation year, double upgrading, as I mentioned, art and French language. So that's for the classe préparatoire internationale. As far as the classes goes and the hour of training, well, it's a fairly intensive training because the weekly schedule is about 31 hours per week over 28 weeks. As I mentioned, it's a 1 year program, so it lasts for 28 weeks. And during that year, you will be able to have a lot of practical art workshops and initiation of methodological and technical tools, and that takes most of your week. And then every week you'll also have art history and contemporary art news classes, workshops with guest artists. Also, you'll be able, and you have hours to prepare your portfolio for the entrance exam test. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of intensive French classes as well, which you will need to follow classes, but also get around in the country. And there's a discovery, also a time dedicated to the discovery of the contemporary art scene, which basically means going to see exhibits and art shows. The program also includes 1 week study visit in Europe to discover major collections. So that's usually a nice also bonding time for the students and teachers. So the program equivalence for parallel admissions, as I mentioned, is for, usually older students, for them to prepare for higher admission in the BA level or even the MA level, parallel admissions for advanced schools of art, architecture and design in France and in French-speaking countries. We'll focus on the art and design for next year. But it's an upgrading year, and it will prepare you for the equivalence commission. The prerequisite is that you have already an artistic study level in your own country, the same as for the classe préparatoire. These are small classes, personalized attention, and the level of French that we require is A2, B1, and A1 accepted. As far as the classes goes, as you can see here, well, these are some of the workshop at the Nantes building, but it's about the same type of weekly program. It's fairly intensive also. A lot of practical art and personal project, master classes, and there's also history of art and design classes, and still intensive French courses applied to the specialty. And that program also includes study visits in Europe for major collections. So which schools do the students who follow these programs go to? Well, a lot of them stay at the Nantes School of Arts to carry on for their BA or the master's degree level. And then a lot of others also apply to the schools that are here on the screen. As you can see, they're very numerous, and these are in the totality of the schools that the students get into. But there are public and private institutions, and some of them are design-oriented, some of them are only fine art, and some of them are universities as well. We have students who carry on into, doctorate programs as well. So the final destination, if I may say, is very large and broad and really depends on your personal project. So how to apply to this program? It's fairly simple. You can start applying right now for the 2021 start, and you can do so online on the nantesinternationalprogram.com website, but also on campusart.org, which you may probably know already. And to do that, to apply, application is fairly straightforward. You send a personal portfolio, a letter of application, and a resume, along with several other, administrative paperwork. And then you will be preselected by the jury of the school, which will invite you to do a presentation of your work on a Zoom meeting or a Skype meeting at some point. And the tuition fees, I didn't speak about that before, but the pre-registration fee is 150 euros, and then the school fee, annual fee, is 5,400 euros a year. That includes everything as far as, curriculum goes, as well as the intensive French classes and the study trip. There's a possibility of grants and scholarship based on criteria of excellence if need be. What else? The calendar. The calendar is, about the same every year, but in February, that's the deadline for submitting your application. You can submit your application right now on the two websites that I cited before. It's open. In April, we announce, but usually it comes also prior to this, but we announce the shortlisted candidates, and then from April to June, we carry on the interviews by video conferencing. April to June as well, admission results and pre-registration, and then October 8th is the class prépa and the programme équivalent starts. This year it started in October. Sometimes it's a little earlier in the year, but this year was pretty specific circumstances. All right, these are some testimonials of the students, which you can read if you have if you can see it on the screen. But various testimonials also from students who had different paths after entering the program. For example, Irina from Russia, she followed the programme équivalence in the design specialty, and then she enrolled in the master's management program at the Nantes School of Design, and now she's working for a digital agency in Paris. So she was in the program in 2016. And then Malik from Algeria, he also followed the programme équivalence in the architecture specialty, but then he entered the Master 2 of the École Nationale of Architecture in Nantes. And then Boyoung, she is from Korea, and she followed the classe préparatoire internationale, and she is, hoping to carry on at the Beaux-Arts Nantes Saint-Nazaire. So these are different type of students, different trajectory. As you can see, we were lucky enough in 2019 to receive the label Bienvenue en France from the French government for the quality of the integration of international students into our program, our welcome for their arrival. We help them, and we will help you find lodging, accommodation, help you with the paperwork, necessary paperwork, all administrative formalities such as, visa and CAF and social security, opening a bank account. We know that this can be overwhelming for anyone entering the country for the first time. So we made and we give special care to make sure that you do that easily, and coming to France is not a problem and even a pleasure. Contact if you need to. This is the email and the phone number. This is the international team. So there's Ju, which is right here on the right, and then Teresa in the middle, Audrey and myself in the back, and we are here to help you make sure that coming to France and study at our institution is the easiest thing and the best choice you'll ever make. That's it for me. Well, thank you very much, and I hope you have some questions. I'll be in the chat room or in the Zoom link with my colleague Ju to answer any question you may have. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lucie Fuentes from Vatel Bordeaux. So I'm here to talk about the opportunity inside of the hospitality industry, and especially inside of this world who's changing. Right now, you may ask you if hospitality and tourism are actually good path because of the COVID and everything you can hear about. But just remember that actually this industry, it's one who always bouncing back, meaning that every time there is from terrorist attack to actually natural disaster, this is an industry who actually will create, will innovate to be able to welcome the guests. So right now with the COVID, we are talking about everything without contact. We are talking about safety measure. We are talking about hygiene. So you see already the industry, to please the customers, has to be creative. So it's opened a large scope of new way of welcoming guests. Right now, before talking actually of the opportunity of the future, we will talk of what exactly is hospitality, what kind of career you can have. So here, usually when you're a guest, you're understanding because you're coming and you have the front office. So you know how it works. You also know about the kitchen because you're eating at the restaurant. So you have the waiters, you have the head of the department, you have the sommelier. So all these things you're able actually to see those positions. Now we also talking about housekeeping because those are the people who's going to clean your room and make it pretty. We are talking about everything related to banquetry, event management, because it's actually how the hotel is working. But what we don't know, it's everything regarding the management position. Because remember, Vatel Bordeaux, it's actually a business school. So here we are talking about human resources, finance, taxation, accounting. We are talking about position in marketing, communication, social media, promotion, because nowadays you need to promote either if you're working in an hotel or restaurant or for your own business. We are talking also outside of the box. So here we're going to talk about luxury industry, import, exports. We're going to go into journalism, PR. So you see, there is already in all job, I will say, a lot of scope based on your personality, based on your dreams, and based on exactly what you want to do. You also have an industry who's growing. It's the wine industry and the spirit industry. When we are talking about Asia, it is very important. So here it can be sommelier. So it's not about just pouring the wine. It's actually the expertise. And you're going to see that it's much more scientifical. So it's going to be also related to the tea, to the beer, to the coffee, because here we're talking expert in beverage. It's also an industry, the wine one, who is interesting regarding the import-export. Especially in Singapore, you have a lot of exportation, importation of other country to be able to touch a country like India, who has, for example, a huge taxation. So it's interesting if you want to work in Singapore or if you want in New Zealand, America, to go into the wine industry. Again, supply chain, wine tourism, or if you want to become a journalist inside of the gastronomy and the food and beverage. And now, at the beginning of my presentation, I talked to you about the new opportunities. And here we are talking about AI. We are talking about virtual reality, meaning that from your couch, you're already able to visit a school, but you're also able to actually visit an hotel just by clicking. You're talking also about data because you need to be aware to analyze the way your customers are coming and to know what they're expecting. We are talking also robotics. Why robotics? Because if we were talking 5 years ago in Singapore, in Japan, in Asia in general, we were talking about, taking a picture and posting on Instagram with a robot because it was trendy. Here we are talking actually having robots, not just, as for the room service, but also to helping the people, like cleaning the pool, like being able to clean the bathroom. So in a way, it's actually technology helping with the pandemic. So it's a mix of technology and innovation that it's actually very exciting. We're talking blockchain, supply chain, because it's also the trend who are important. We're talking also sustainability, because from the building, from the design, the new way of actually the circulation is going inside of an hotel or a restaurant is important and has been changed. So right now we are talking the material who are different. We are talking about the way you want to consume, meaning that maybe not in a huge sense like Hilton or Accor, maybe the future is going to be smaller hotel when actually you will experiment something like trying to do with the waste management, with the water management, or just, trying to learn new skills. So a different kind of tourism industry. So you see already, instead of being scared of this industry, remember that right now you are the one who's going to be able to create the job of tomorrow. So it's actually very interesting and very exciting one. So now about studying at Vatel Bordeaux. So you need to understand that Vatel is the first hospitality group in the world on the numbers of campuses that we have. We have 55 campuses in the world. There is one in Singapore. You can also go to the US, South America, Europe. There is a lot, effectively. Emirates. So we are on all the continents, and we are talking about 32 countries, so it's very large group, and 35,000 of alumni. This is important. Why? Because you're entering a group and a network of future professionals who can help you through your studies, through finding an internship or a job after. So it's very important also. As for Vatel Bordeaux, you're going to see it's 26 years of experience, and we are in the middle of the wine region. So very important for the future, and also, as I told you, for the job in the wine industry. Vatel Bordeaux. So Bordeaux, for the one who don't know about France, you have Paris. Most of the time you know about the Eiffel Tower. And Bordeaux, it's 2 hours by train, 1 hour by plane. Bordeaux, it's also an international city. So you're going to be 1 hour and a half from London, from Madrid, from Barcelona, from Germany. So you see, we are very well covered, and it's very nice if you want to visit other places in Europe also. We have 2 campuses. One is for the bachelor, one is for the MBA. The one for the MBA, you will have an hotel and a restaurant. The one for the bachelor, it's brand new. It's opened last year because actually we are pushing the walls. So we make some space, and it's again full of technology to be able to offer you the best. Vatel, it's also interesting because you're coming again to learn about the future. And here we are very oriented toward the sustainability. So we have an ecological approach, no plastic, recycling of the paper, and we have on the rooftop actually a urban garden that our chef is using in his creation of the dish every single day. So this is also important for you because again, it will be related to the way you're going to be innovated in the future. A lot of workshop, a lot of visits, so not just the cities, but also restaurant, hotel, vineyards, because again, we are in Bordeaux, and workshop from professionals, so meaning people from this industry who's going to give you some feedbacks and explain to you what is the reality beyond the job of becoming a general manager or opening your own business. So you see a lot of professional activity, and as our teacher, because here we have 98% of our teachers who actually are professional in activities. So you're very, very close to the reality coming to Vatel and to Bordeaux. We are also going to talk about what we are offering. So we're offering 100% courses in French or 100% courses in English. If you take the international class in English, you will have your course in English. French will be mandatory for you to enjoy the French experience. Plus, you will have Spanish or German. If you never learn German, it will be Spanish that you will start from scratch. It's a curriculum who's very operational. 2 weeks at school, 2 weeks practice, 4 months of internship. First year is going to be an internship in France, and you're going to see that this internship will be paid. Because in France, we're paying something like around 600 euro per internship. You're going to go for the first year, you're discovering. So you're going to go to housekeeping, you're going to know how to make a bed, you're going to also go to front office, how to welcome a guest, to take some responsibility, answer some question. Plus, you're going to go to services to understand that your feet's going to hurt. And here, it's through experimenting that you think that you're going to become a good manager. And also for you, it's good because you're going to learn every scope of the job, and you will be able to choose what exactly is good for you and what suits you. Second year, so gradually here, we are going into your internship will be abroad, and here during your courses you will go during the back office. So we're going to try everything related to accounting, event promotion. You're going to go into communication. You can decide to go banketry. So you see everything from behind, behind the scene, how an hotel or a restaurant are really run. Last year, it's actually the most important one. It's where you actually have some experience. So now you can either decide to become an entrepreneur and you have an idea. You want to see if your idea can become a real company. And you will use all your practice to build a project with the professional who's going to help you to create something and to give you some guidance. You can also decide to go for a specialization, revenue management, events. And here again, you're trying your discovery. And at this stage, you're a future professional already. So you have a background very operational, and also you're having a very technical background because again, we are a business school. So finance, human resources, and marketing are the most important. Now we're also offering MBA and 2 MBA actually, one in hospitality management, the second one will be in wine and spirit, and I will talk to you about it right after. So it's 18 months plus a professional's training of 6 months. And here, what's the difference with the bachelor? At this level, before you were a manager, assistant manager. Now we are training you to actually becoming a director, a head of a department. So you go deeper into the strategical aspect. You go deeper into geopolitics, law, everything related to how you're going to become actually a successful manager. So how you're going to handle situation and people. So here, very professional and also very work related in projects. So project mode for you to be able to gain some experience on concrete cases. The second wine, the wine in wine and spirit. So it's the same thing, but related to the wine industry. So we offer the WSET level 2 and level 3, who actually are the certification who's recognized worldwide. And with the level 3, you basically have so much testing that you can become an expert. Again, you have the expertise of testing the wine, also of going into the law, the business, because you want to go into negos, import, export, sales. So you see here, the fact that you're coming from Asia, it's actually very good, because at this stage, you can sell yourself, you can sell the knowledge of your country to be able to help some French company to actually bring their products on your market. So here can be the luxury industry, can be branding, can be a lot of aspects. We are recognized by the state, and it means that if you want at this level a stay back in France, you have 1 year. And this is Campus France who helping you to give you some information. Now you become a professional, you are entering the market. That's why the 35,000 of alumni from Vatel will actually help you to find a job, but we also gonna be here. Well, how come we're gonna be here? We're helping you through different process. So it means that we have a dedicated office. As I told you, very operational. There are the practice that you need to find. And there is also the internship. And here we are basically having a department who's helping you, who's going to tell you where actually you need to go. So giving you some advice, concrete one, how to get more resume, how to pass an interview, what to do, what to expect, how to prepare yourself. And you're going to receive some offers. Offers can be the one that you're going to choose, where you know in advance if it's going to pay, if you have the accommodation, what you're going to have as a position. You can also find it yourself because you want to go back, I don't know, to Singapore, or you really want to go to Dubai. So you can also have this option, and it says we're backing you up. We're working with software called Osco, who's a platform who's going to help you. All the professionals from this industry going to give you some offers, and you're going to be through them to be able to apply. We also have a Facebook group. This is very important because here you have the feedback from the students from the previous year who's going to be able to tell you, wow, this internship was nice, but you know, I was only shadowing the people, so I've never actually really worked. But the salary was good. Here, okay, 60 hours, very hard, but I've learned a lot because the people were able to give me the keys. So those feedback are very important from the students. We also helping you through everything related to the visa process for the one who's going to need to come to France. We're going to help you to find accommodation. And here again, we have a dedicated office Who visiting the apartment? Who's going to be able? It's a woman. She's going to tell you, is it safe? Is it near a grocery place? Is it near the transportation? So here you have very concrete information. And this is the same person who's going to help you through the paperwork when you come into France. It's mean through how to open a bank account, how to get a phone number, how to have the CAF, which is a reduction on your housing. So here you are covered also as a foreigner to get the proper information and not be lost. Can be also for the doctor. Where can I find a doctor who speaks English? All those kind of information, we have a dedicated office. And we also have a students council who's going to help you to have some fun, because Vatel, of course, it's the courses, it's the curriculum, but you also have extra courses. Like right now during the lockdown, we have some yoga class, Pilates class, sophrology classes to help you deal with your stress, deal with your organization, how can I study correctly? So those kind of tips. You also have the BDE who's organized some parties when we can, actually. You have also wine tasting, you have tutoring classes, or you have sport classes. So everything, this is also why you're coming, because you're going to join a class just for the international students. We have 52 different nationalities. So not just a class of Chinese or Indian, it's actually a mix. And it is very important. Why? Because you're building your network. And the moment you're going to be inside of your classroom, you're going to have classmates who can be at the end, people who's going to hire you for future jobs. So very important. Now, the best question is how to apply and what are the criteria for the application. So it's a very easy system. When you apply for the bachelor, what I need, what is very important for me to receive is actually the graduation. You need to graduate 12th grade. I'm not taking anyone who's under 18, meaning that you can be 18 because my intake is in fall. So you can be 18 in November, December, but after that, not, because we need, when you're going to enter the professional work, for you to be an adult. So 12th grade, and here for the bachelor, you're passing half an hour of interview when we're asking you, to be yourself. It is stressful, but it's actually still a case when you're going to have a moment when you can chat, when you can have direction, advice for you. Let's say, for example, that you tell me, okay, Lucy, I want to become a pastry chef. I'm going to tell you, are you sure that you want to become a pastry chef, or do you want to open your own bakery? In this case, opening your own bakery, you're coming to Vatel Bordeaux. If you want to become a pastry chef, I'm directing you to other schools who's going to offer you exactly what you want. So here, very important to have a chat and to know where you're coming. I will check also your maturity, because if you're crying every single night because you're far away from your parents, this is something that we need to actually discuss. At this level, you also have, so I'm looking at your grades. You can be bad, meaning that you cannot be good at school. This is not something that I will frown upon. Let's say that I will be concerned, we will discuss it, and you may tell me that you were bored or that math was not something that you like. So in this case, doesn't mean that you cannot become a professional who's going to be very open and very happy. I just have to check your grade and to see what is happening. Now, red flag, if tardiness, if you're not show up at school, this is for me red flags, because this is hard work. This is a job of patience or determination. So you need to know why you're coming. So checking the grades, you have the interview and you have the entrance exam. Usually the students are stressed because what is going on inside of the exam. General knowledge, English, French, if you're speaking French, analytics, personality question. The tough one is going to be the analytics. It's either you're good or you're bad. And of course, rest assured, it's the total aspect. So I'm taking everything into account to giving you a grade. Now, for the one who's going to go into the MBA, you can either come from a bachelor in hospitality management, in this case, direct entrance, become business administration, direct entrance, because you have the basic of the management. Now, if you want the change of path, let's say that you're coming from IT, language, engineering, or if you're coming from law, architecture, and you want to go into the hospitality industry as a specialization because you know that it's a good scope to come in. In this case, you're having 10 weeks courses prior the MBA to be able to have the basic of the management to enter this part. The requirement. So here again, I looking at the grades. You have to have graduate from a bachelor, and I will also add work experience. You need to have a resume and inside of the motivation letter if you reach this level and expect a professional. So I'm expect a motivation letter who's going to be a proper one. And during the interview here, I'm going to become harder at the bachelor level. Let's say that I know that the young people may not know everything about this industry, and I'm here to actually help them. At the MBA level, you need to have a project. So you cannot come and tell me I want to do an MBA. Of course, if not, you will be not in front of me. You cannot tell me, okay, I want a job. Of course, because it's where you're coming. So you have to have a project and to be able to discuss it. It's very important. So after that, as soon as you pass your exam, I'm giving you an acceptance 24 to 48 hours. And after that, we are going into deeper. So remember different things. First, be yourself. Always, whatever the school you're going to pass the interview for, be yourself. Because we need to know if we are good for you and fit for you, and it's going to help you to make you a professional who's going to grow and be happy. Remember also that it's important not to be too stressed, because we can see it and it's very, troublesome for you when actually we are just talking about your future. So we want you, take it like you need to dream big, you need to come here and to be full of excitement. Why? Because it's in an industry who, based on who you are, will be able to find you a job. So again, the best advice is be yourself, be at ease, and crossing my fingers for you to coming and asking me a lot of questions. It was very lovely to talk to you. If you want to reach us, so you can follow us on the social media. You can also email us, and I'm expecting you after that, just, for the answer and questions if you have any, or you can either send us an email for ask us for a Zoom. Remember that we can give you advice, and we will be always happy to have a chat with you. So thank you again for today, and see you soon to answer your question. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Fernandez. I am sales manager at the École Ritz Escoffier, which is a gastronomic school located in Paris. I'm going to share with you today a presentation about our schools, and I will leave you my contact details at the end of the presentation if you would like to contact me directly. So for those of you who haven't heard before about our school, we are in the heart of the Ritz Paris, the hotel. We don't make part of the Carlton group, so for those of you who are familiar with this Ritz-Carlton group of hotels, we don't make part of it. We are a family-owned hotel. So the hotel was opened back in 1898 by Cesar Ritz. And our very first executive chef was Auguste Escoffier. So that is why we have decided, our owner, in 1988 to open a culinary school and to give it the name of Escoffier, in honor to this person who has done a lot for gastronomy in France. For those of you who are familiar with this gastronomic world, Auguste Escoffier is very famous for his books, especially the Guide Culinaire. And he has also created what we know today as the brigades in cuisine. So let me introduce you to our school, and then I'll give you some more details about our programs. As I have mentioned before, we are right in the heart of the Ritz Paris, and the Ritz Paris is located right in the heart of the city. So you are going to be nearby all the main monuments of Paris. We are next to the Opéra Garnier. We are walking distance from the Place de la Concorde, and the square we are located, it's called Place Vendôme. Here is the main entrance of the Ritz Paris. So when you come on your first day, you will take the main entrance of the hotel, as the school is located inside this hotel. Here's a picture of Auguste Escoffier, for those of you who haven't seen him before. So he is very important in our history, in the history of the hotel, and of course in the gastronomic world, as I have mentioned. The changes that he has done to the cuisine still are valid today, and a lot of chefs take him as a reference even in our days. I'm going to explain you how the school is organized. So we don't only have professional classes, we do have also leisure classes. So for those of you who come to Paris, not necessarily to study gastronomy, but just you are going to spend some time here, you can come to the school because we offer classes for enthusiasts. So we have classes, short-term classes, 2-hour, 3-hour, 8-hour, and different topics in cuisine and pastry. We also offer classes for children and what we have called the signature atelier. So we have wine tasting, cocktail classes. Those are available all year round, during the week and on weekends on Saturday. Here are some of the dishes that you might be preparing with our chefs and some of the desserts to give you an idea. The famous macarons, the croissant, and the chocolate candies, as you can see. Here is our chef barman, Colin Field. So he is very well known in the Ritz and worldwide. He has won already 2 contests as best barman of the world, and he takes care of one of our cocktail workshops. I'm going to introduce you to our spaces. So we are a very small school. We have 3 teaching kitchens, 2 for the culinary and 1 for the pastry. So here the first one that you see, it's Coquelin. Coquelin is the name of one of the recipes of Auguste Escoffier. This is a brand new kitchen because actually the hotel as well as the school were renovated back in 2012 during 4 years, and we have reopened in 2016. So this is a new space that we didn't have before the renovation, and this kitchen, as you may see, faces the kitchens of the Ritz Paris. So you can see activity in real time from the kitchens of the Ritz. Our second kitchen is called Reggiane, another recipe of Auguste Escoffier, and this one is mainly used for our professional students. The capacity, the maximum capacity of these spaces are of 8 people for our professional groups. On average, we have 4 to 5 students for each session. Our third lab, it's called Melba. Same, another recipe, a dessert from Auguste Escoffier, the Pêche Melba. And this space is only used for sweet things. So for pastry, for chocolate making, for bread making, and for viennoiserie. Same capacity as I mentioned before, 8 people maximum for an average of 5 people. And you have all the equipment necessary for the pastry making. Let me introduce you to our chefs instructor team. So we have a group of 4 teachers that make part of our school, 2 for the cuisine, 2 for the pastry. All of them have been trained in Michelin star restaurants and have a wide experience in the gastronomic world. So you are going to able to look for them on the Instagram. I will leave you their addresses at the end of the presentation. You have Olivier, Pauline, Jerome, and Antoine. Now, what interests us the most today is our professional training programs. So our long-term programs are 24-week long. That is our longest diploma. It's called Culinary Arts Diploma. In the Culinary Arts Diploma, you are going to learn pastry and cuisine. So you have the choice either on doing both, which is our complete Culinary Arts Diploma, or just doing one discipline, and in that case, only pastry or only cuisine. The way the programs are structured is in 3 levels. So you start with the introductory level, which is a 5-week program. In those 5 weeks, you are full-time at the school. You come from Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. So you have 7 hours of class per day. You have 1 hour break for lunch, and you come to school even when there are holidays in France. So this is important to keep in mind. When you come for a whole level, you will be here full time. So introductory level is 5 weeks. Then we go on to the intermediate level, which is also 5 weeks. And you end up with the advanced level, which is 2 weeks. Important to keep also in mind, you have a break in between each level. So if you come for, let's say, the pastry diploma, you will be staying in Paris for 3 weeks and a half. Also, at the end of each diploma, you have the opportunity to join the Brigades of the Ritz Paris for a practical training session. So 4 weeks for the culinary and 4 weeks for the pastry. In terms of cost, if you follow only one level in cuisine, the cost will be of 10,500, same for the intermediate level, and 4,400 for the advanced level. For the total, for a Ritz Escoffier culinary diploma of 25,400. I would like to also specify that all our classes are in French, translated consecutively in English. So you have the opportunity to, if you are an English speaker, to come all year round, because always we will guarantee an English translated class. Here is the atmosphere of the school. So you can see the kitchens that I presented before with the students, with the teacher and with the assistants that help the chef and at the same time translate the classes into English. We have a very international atmosphere. 90% of our students come from abroad. So it's a very international. We do have French students also, but most of our students come from outside of France. Here are the kind of dishes that you might be making on the 3rd level of cuisine, which is the haute gastronomie level. And if we go to the pastry in terms of cost, so the diploma is a little bit cheaper than the cuisine. So the total, it would be 21,900 euros, and the individual prices, you can see them right in the screen. So if you would like to receive the brochure, it is available on our website with the calendar and rates for 2021. So it's important to know that we have 3 intakes per year. We have January, April, and August. So you still have time for the January intake if you are interested. The Pastry program is almost full, and I still have 2 spots for the cuisine. Otherwise, you can apply for the April or the August intake. Here to give you an idea of the kind of desserts. And as I have mentioned, the complete culinary arts diploma includes all the courses that I have just mentioned for the total of 24 weeks without the breaks, and a total amount of 40,200 euros. Once again, some images of the school on what we prepare. So this was all our long-term programs. In terms of short-term programs, those are more for professionals, so for people that are already in the gastronomic world or in the food and beverage industry, and they would like to do some specific courses on a specific topic. So we offer short-term classes in French cuisine, 3-day classes, same number of hours, 7 hours per day. And the different courses that we offer for next year are going to be haute cuisine, healthy cuisine, and charcuterie classes. In terms of pastry, we also offer 3-day program and 4-day program. So in the 3-day program, we have tarts and gâteaux de voyage. We have layered cakes and small cakes. And a very, very popular course, it's the viennoiserie and buns. This is a 4-day class. One last service I would like to talk about today is our consulting service. So this is mainly for people that cannot come to our long-term programs, or that they don't find the right course in the short-term programs. So we offer tailor-made trainings. So those are, we do whatever you want to follow as a class. So our teachers give you a call, and we find out together the kind of training you are looking for. That is what we call the private courses. Also, in the consulting, we send our chefs abroad. So we have done this in the past several times. We send our chefs to different countries so they can do master classes, either for professionals or for enthusiasts. So we already have a beautiful experience with Mexico, Japan, Greece, Switzerland, and we would like to continue traveling and taking our savoir-faire to your countries. And we have also the immersion modules. So immersion modules is more for groups of students, tourists, or people that are interested in gastronomy, and they want to come to France, and they want to do only one specific class. So either one morning or 5 days or 3 days. They have a specific need. We can do a tailor-made program and do specific classes for them. Since we make part of the Ritz Paris, the students can benefit of what we call the Ritz Paris experiences, right? Because you are going to be in the hotel, so there are many things that the hotel offers. So the first one is, I would like to talk about is the tea room that is called Salon Proust. So Marcel Proust used to be a very good customer of the Ritz. He used to stay at the Ritz during several days, several weeks. And we have, at the reopening, we have created this tea room. And the pastry chef in charge of the tea room, it's called François Perret. So for those of you who are curious about him, François Perret has done a Netflix series called Chef in the Truck, and he's very popular nowadays in France. So he's in charge of all the pastry in the hotel, and the students that follow the pastry diploma, they have the chance to make part of his brigade the time of the 4 weeks, as I mentioned, for the practical sessions. We also have a fine dining restaurant called the Espedon, which is our we have two-star Michelin, and it's a curious fact because actually for midday we have 1 star, and for the evening it is a 2-star restaurant. So it's very specific to the Ritz. Our chef Nicolas Salle has created 2 different atmospheres, and that is why we have 1 star at midday and 2 stars for the evening. The students also in cuisine have the opportunity to do their practical training sessions in this cuisine. And to tell you about the rooms, so the students that do the full program, so the culinary arts programs, they have the opportunity to stay at the Ritz 1 night for 2 people, so they can benefit of this beautiful experience of staying at the Ritz Paris, and it's included in the training. After this general presentation, I would like you to keep in mind our main and unique points when choosing a training in gastronomy in Paris. So why the École Brice Escoffier? Because we are located right in the heart in the city, so very close to, really walking distance from the main monuments and the main shopping spots in Paris. All our classes are in French but translated into English, so available in English all year round. We have 3 full sessions per year, January, April, and August. Lunch, of course, is included in the training. For the cuisine students, you eat what you prepared. For the pastry students, you eat at the canteen of the Ritz Paris Hotel. There is this practical training included in the program, so you will always have the opportunity to join the brigades during 4 or 8 weeks. The maximum capacity of our classes, we only welcome 8 students, so this guarantees a personalized training. That is a privilege, and we are really happy to guarantee this personalized training. Our classes are 100% hands-on. It means that we don't split demo with practical classes. We do all the time practice, so the teacher explains and the student follows, and this during the whole training. So this is very important for those of you who want to learn a lot in a short period of time. This is the method that we have chosen, and it works pretty well. At the end of each level, you will get a certificate, and at the end of each of the 3 levels, you will get a diploma. Uniform and equipment are provided, and we take care of the laundry service, so you don't have to worry about your uniform while being here. We take care of everything. We also have changing rooms and lockers, and to finish, we do not have any administrative fees for your admission process. So in terms of admission, you will find on our website the brochure, as I mentioned, for next year, the dates, the prices that I just mentioned. You have also at the end the application form. So you're going to see the list of documents required. If you are interested, if you need more information, you can find us on our social media networks. So we are you can find us in Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. I have put the Instagram accounts of all our chefs of the school, and if you would like to join me, Campus France has my contact details, so please do not hesitate to drop me an email, to call me. We can have a conversation if you have questions, if you know of anyone that could be interested in our programs. If you want to leave us a message on Instagram, of course, we will get back to you. I thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Sophie Latullière. I'm the head of international affairs from ISIPCA. ISIPCA is a leading graduate school dedicated to higher education in perfumery, fragrances, cosmetics, and flavors. We are located in Versailles, Paris, and Grasse. Grasse is the world cradle of perfumery, located in the south of France. ISIPCA was created 50 years ago by Mr. Jean-Jacques Guerlain, who is a descendant of the iconic fragrance house located in Paris on the very famous Champs-Élysées Avenue. So we are located in Versailles, not far from the iconic Palace of Versailles. Maybe you've heard about it. Generally, our students like visiting it, and we offer some courses in Grasse. So as I explained, Grasse is located in the south of France. So in Grasse, you can visit the International Museum of Perfumery and learn about the different fields of perfumery and meet different companies and industrial companies in perfumery. So every year we host about 600 students. Generally, we have more than 25% of international students, representing 45 different nationalities. And in our graduate and postgraduate programs, we enroll about 40% of international students. We provide French and English taught undergraduate, graduate, and postgraduate programs in business to consumer or business to business, and sciences in perfumery, cosmetics, and food flavors. We also provide short programs in English. We have online short programs, and we have summer schools in the different fields of ISIPCA, so perfumery, cosmetics, and food flavors, at different levels of knowledge. So our English to graduate and postgraduate programs are generally address scientific backgrounds. So you can have studied chemistry, chemical engineering, biology, biochemistry, or pharmacy. You can enter master's degree. We have 2 master's degrees. We have a double degree. It's European Fragrance and Cosmetics Master in partnership with 2 universities, one in France and one in Padova in Italy. This master's degree allows you to study first year in France and second year in Italy. The first year you have to study different courses in chemistry and cosmetics and fragrances. And the second year is dedicated to business and marketing in this sector. That means that you have a double experience, double degree, and double competencies. We have another master's degree in English, MSc Scent Design Creation, which is in partnership with the International Flavors and Fragrance Inc. It's an American leader. It's a 3-year program, and this program is very relevant because you can study at school and at IFF in France. So you have the corporate culture. It's very important and it's very useful and relevant in your CV after. You can find your internship at IFF or another company, and you can find a job at IFF or another company. We have also postmaster degrees with MSc in fragrance expertise. This fragrance expertise program is very interesting because you have courses in Versailles and Grasse. And we have also an MSc in cosmetic expertise, formulation and applications in Versailles. And we have a full online program. It's a specialized master in regulatory affairs management of fragrance and cosmetics. It's a partnership with an engineering school, which is called EBI. And this school is very interesting because it's a higher level school, so it's very good on your CV too. That's why we have focused on our different expertise areas, but that means that you can also have double competencies. It depends on your background and depends on your different studies after, if you want to continue studying. So we have English taught short programs and summer schools. We have online perfumery courses, so you can follow in your country about the history of perfumery, the raw materials in perfume, the olfactory language of the perfumery market. We have summer schools on our campus. We have different levels. So as you can see, we have the first level with essentials, about fragrance and cosmetics. We have the art of French perfumery, the art of French cosmetics. And after studying the first level, you can continue in the second level, advanced perfume composition and fragrance product development in Grasse. These courses are very interesting because it can be a first program in this sector if you want to check if you are interested or not, if you want to start by the short program before continuing your studies in degree programs. If you speak French, we have French taught degree programs which enroll international students too. So we have scientific degree programs, for instance, technical assistant in laboratories with a third year of bachelor's degree and a master's degree. It's about creation and development of different products in perfumes, cosmetics, and food flavors. And we have also a master in raw materials. We have business degree programs in French. It's after the equivalent of A-level 2 years and the third year of bachelor, and we have a second year of a master's degree in partnership with the very famous management school ESSEC, about marketing and international marketing in perfumery and cosmetics. So that means that you need to have a very good level of French to follow your courses in French, of course. But it's not impossible. We have some international students in our French taught programs. ISIPCA is one of our assets is that we provide you with a cutting-edge scientific and professional equipment. That means that when you have to complete your internship or you work for a company, you have the same equipment at ISIPCA. That means that you've learned with equipment, professional equipment, and you work in laboratories. You have some courses in classrooms or online, but you have practical works in different laboratories. We have analytical equipment, olfactory oil, which is very important because when you study formulating products in cosmetics or perfumery, you have to know some raw materials, recognize them, and how to use them. We have different formulation equipment too. So now I will tell you about some laboratories with specific laboratories. We have, for instance, specific fragrance laboratories. They are dedicated to formulation and evaluation of fine and consumer fragrances. We have specific cosmetic laboratories. It depends on the different products you formulate. If you want to formulate a white cologne makeup products, you have a white light laboratory. And if you want to work on white skincare products, for instance, you will use another laboratory. It's very important because there's different formulation techniques you will learn at ISIPCA, you will apply them in companies. We have also a specific sensory analysis laboratory with different cabins and with different lights. Red and green, and these lights allow you to avoid confusing the product and the color of the product and the taste. So we have about 100 members of our faculty. Our faculty is composed of different practitioners because we have We are a vocational school, which is very important. It will allow you to find a job easily. And we have some researchers, we have alumni who come to give their and share their expertise and experience, and we have international visiting professors too. Generally, they have a high-level expertise in different fields like sensory chemical analysis, olfactory formulation and evaluation, and business to consumer or business to business. That means that you will share their experience and expertise. They will be your tutors, which is very important for you, and they will help you to understand the different labor market and formulation or evaluation market. We built some partnerships in Asia, like Singapore Polytechnic, in Japan, Greater China, and India. We have also partners in Europe, and we work with international professional organizations. We have a corporate relations direction, which builds different partnerships and relationships with many companies around the world. I think we have about 700 companies in our portfolio. That means that we have different opportunities for you. Can be internship opportunities or job opportunities. We have an alumni network too, which has 5,000 alumni over the world. That means that you can enter a network when you follow your courses at ESIPCA. We invite you to enter to be a member of France Alumni also, because it's very important for you to build your own network. It will be a friendly network and a professional one. It's very important for you and for us, because as we build a community at school, we want you to be a member of a larger community to help you to find your job, to find your internship and job after, or to continue your studies in your country or another country. I mean, your future is very, very important for ESIPCA, not just your studies at ESIPCA. It's very important. We have a great importance to the well-being of our students and the future, vocational future, and career plan of all students. We welcome degree seekers, free movers, and some exchange programs. As I told you, we have online short programs and summer schools, which are open to everyone. We want to build a great multicultural community. So we want to have more and more international students from different nationalities. When we can, I will tell you about the COVID-19 today, but when we can, we like celebrating different celebrations from different countries, because it's very important to understand and embrace all cultures. It's very important in our school, and it's very important in our work. So, how to find your studies at ESIPCA? We have no specific scholarship, but you know that you have Campus France, which can help you, and you can ask the French embassy about the different opportunities in your country. We also invite you to apply for the EIFL Excellence Scholarship Program for your master's degree. We help you to find your internship. That doesn't mean that we find your internship for you, but we help you to find your internship. We have a platform, ESIPCA Career Center, and advisor. ESIPCA Career Center, it's a platform, it's a global platform. It's very important. This global platform allows you to find offers, opportunities, and to post your CV, to apply for these opportunities, and you have many resources and dedicated resources in this sector about perfumery, cosmetics, and food flavors. Also, we help you about administrative tasks, pre-arrival administrative tasks if you need. What else? This year, I will tell you a few words about the COVID-19. So this year, we had some students on our campus. They arrived in September, and other students who will join us in January. This year, the induction week was a virtual induction week. We welcomed about 60 new international students from 19 nationalities. They started their courses online, and they will join us in January. As you see, we have a small school because we have only 600 students. That means that's very easy to apply the different rules and to respect them on our campus. We study in a safe environment and we work in a safe environment. That doesn't mean that COVID doesn't exist in France, but in our school we have the opportunities to, for instance, to split the class in 50% and 50%. If we need, we have, for instance, we have some students who worked and formulated some sanitizer for other students. We have a partner in the fashion. It's a fashion school, so they manufactured some masks for us, and we have masks at disposal of our students. We have sanitizer in all the laboratories and classrooms. We respect and apply all the rules. It's very important, but very easy to do that at ISIPCA. So it's very important because we are confident and we are waiting for our new students on our campus in January. So, for instance, for my part, I work 2 days at school and 3 days online, and I have permanent links with all students who need. If you have other questions for me, you can ask me all questions. You have my email address. You can send me emails about studies, about financing, about the surroundings of our school, about the student life. So as I explained, we have student life for international students. Generally, they like visiting in Versailles, in Paris, and Grasse. So it's very easy for us because we have the chance to work and study and live for some of us in very well known and recognized cities, which is very comfortable for everyone. Have you any question for me?
how they are, and then this is just like
Populated with color.
Et puis ensuite, répondre à toutes ces problématiques qui va permettre de faire monter.
il reste les deux.
Là, on est facilement en reportage. Cet effet.
Hi everybody, I'm Theo Belloc from Speos, and I would like to thank Campus France for inviting us to this virtual fair here in Singapore 2020. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about School Speos, International Photo Video CGI School in Paris, Biarritz and London. So in order to begin, I will talk to you a bit more about Speos and do a quick presentation of our programs. I'm Theo Belloc, and I'm in charge of the communication and the promotion of the school here in Paris. And then we will have a Q&A session with my director Pierre May and myself, so that we can answer all of your questions at the end of the presentation. So just to begin with, I would like to give you some key facts about the school. So we are ranked in the top 5 of the best photo school in the world. And Speos offers courses in English and in French in Paris and London. So students can divide their studies between the 2 campuses. The mission of the school is to prepare students to meet current market demands and guide them through in becoming successful photographers in the field of their choice. Speos diplomas are recognized by the French state with the title of photographer and CP level 7, and the school has received numerous accreditation. Just to tell you a little more about the title of photographer and CP level 7, it represents the highest levels of professional training qualifications for photographer. So it is equivalent level of a master degree. Here at the school, we do have an average of 150 international students per year, with more than 30 different nationalities. A network of more than 4,000 alumni over 50 countries. You can check out the students' alumni directory on Speos website if you want to know more about that. For 35 years, Speos has been a point of reference in the photography profession and the leader of higher education in professional photography in France. Speos is the only photo school to have been created and directed today by a professional photographer, Mr. Pierre May. Speos created its own photo method, the STOP system, which has been published in French and in English, and is distributed by Kodak Books. This method is taught in US universities like Rochester Institute of Technology and the Rhode Island School of Design. Speos trains the photographers of tomorrow. Speos only hires professional photographers actively working at the top of their fields in their domain. Classes take place in small groups for a personal and tailored approach, So we do have an excellent ratio, student-teacher ratio. And which is important to say is at the school, all SPEOS programs emphasize on hands-on practice. SPEOS provides students with spacious facilities equipped with state-of-the-art equipment, and they are also available outside of class. In order to support and help graduates take their first steps in photography, SPEOS has set up the Alumni Care program, and I will talk to you more about that if you want to hear about our alumni program. We do have vast studios and hands-on practice. That means that we do have at the school several premises with two kinds of studios equipped with respectively 5 and 7 sets. And students are learning by practicing photography with their teachers, which are all professional photographers, of course. So usually the students are working by pair in each set. That means that one is taking the pictures, while the other one is helping him or her with the different equipment, how to handle the lights and the different panels as well. So that afterwards they switch, and so that everyone can take pictures and photographs. SPEOS is always in touch with professionals, and it offers its alumni the opportunity to exhibit in the SPEOS gallery in Paris. Students can present their work, invite guests, make themselves known, and enrich their resume. SPEOS also regularly invites industry specialists to host lectures at the facilities, representative of major photographic brands, former students of the school, or professionals in the field. SPEOS is also the official partner of the photo festival WAF in Arles, which is known for being one of the most well-known photo festival in France, but also throughout the world. During this festival, students visit exhibitions, present their portfolio, and start networking as well. The invention of Photography Museum. SPEOS illustrates its passion for photography by preserving a very significant French national heritage site since 1999, the Nicéphore Niepce House Museum. This is the location where the very first photograph in the world was taken by the true inventor of photography, Nicéphore Niepce. This museum was awarded the prestigious label Maison des Illustres by the French Ministry of Culture in 2013, with sponsorship of the Academy of Science and also the Academy of Fine Arts. In 2019, SPEOS Maison Niepce, together with the Clemenceau Delattre Museum and the Ministry of Culture, has created the Club des Illustres, an association aimed at promoting exchanges between the Maison des Illustres. We do have a lot of SPEOS alumni, as I was saying before, more than 4,000 of them, and a lot of them are international students. As you can see on these pictures, we do have former students here in Singapore as well, as Roselyne Tay. You can see her in this photograph at her Little Dream exhibition in the Gallery Raftell Hotel. And more recently, also Stephanie Lee, which has been a student of ours in 2019, and which has been taking a series of photographs of Singapore people living in their houses. If you want to know more about the alumni successes, you can check out on our SPEOS website, we do have a map of all our students' websites, and you can have their contact info on that map. Here is an overview of the students' work of the former year, and as you can see on this photograph, we are shooting as well in photography in studios, still life photography, but also photojournalism and photo reportage. So there is every kind of photography here at SPEOS. So now I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about the SPEOS programs and the different programs we do have here at the school. First of all, I would like to say that we do have a wide range of programs tailored to everyone's needs. So, which is important to say as well is that we are an international school, and as long as with that, we do have all of our programs available in English. So SPEOS has the particularity also to offers programs in 1 year or 2 years. So these intensive cycles allow students to professionalize quickly for a lower training budget than the long conventional cycles in 3 years. So we do have general programs in 1 year or 2 years. Those general programs are composed of the Professional Photography Program, the RNCP Level 7 program, and the European Master Program. We do also have specialized programs for students who want to discover one particular area of photography. So we do have the Photojournalism program with Magnum Photo, the Fashion, Luxury and Beauty Photography program, and the Sports Photography with in partnership with INSEP, which is the Institute of Sports here in France. And I will talk to you more about that. For the general programs, we do have programs available, as I was saying, in 1 year or 2 years. The Professional Photography Program, the RNCP Level 7 European Master as well. So in these programs, the main goal is to acquire all necessary skills and techniques to become a professional photographer. So you will see as well photo reportage and studio photography, but also fashion photography and more areas in photography. And at the end of the 2-year program, for the 2-year program, you will have to choose a specialization at the end of the first year. And for the 1-year program, you will have to choose a specialization between studio photography or photo reportage at the end of the first semesters. So for our specialized programs, they are available in 1 year, in English, in Paris. We do have the Creative Documentary and Photojournalism with Magnum Photos and SPEOS. These programs you will learn about how to tell a story throughout a series of pictures, and obviously know more about photojournalism and photo reportage. We also have a Fashion and Luxury Beauty Photography program, or you will learn all about fashion photography, so as well as shooting with models, but also shooting with high products of well-known brands, well-known fashion brands, and in Paris, but also in London. And in Paris, it's obviously the capital of fashion throughout the world, so the best way to do that is here. And finally, we do also have the sports photography program in partnership with the National Sports Institute in France. So in order to enroll to the school, it's really easy. You will have to, all of our applications are made throughout our website. And so you will have to connect to spearsphoto.com and go on the admission part. So in this admission part, you will find our enrollment form, and you will have to upload your resume, a letter of motivation, so what you want to, why do you want to do the school, and what can it bring to you, and also a portfolio of 10 to 15 photos that you've been taken and that you find the best at the moment you do the application. This is a way for us to know more about you and also to have an overview of your photographic eye. Which is important to note is also for the European Masters of Professional Photography, you will also have to upload a certified copy of your bachelor's degree. As the word is right now, and for international students, we do have provide you with a visit of the school from home. That means that you can also visit the school via Skype, WhatsApp, or any kind of Zoom video chat meeting. So it will be with me, and I will guide you, offer you a private guided tour of the school, so you will have the possibility to see the premises of the school, but also enter each classroom and know more about how the students are working with our teachers as well. So in order to do that, this is really easy. You will have to go on our website. There is a specific link, or you can book an appointment online and discover Speos at your convenience. We do also available, obviously, by phones, so you will have the number on your screen right now, but also if you have any questions, we do have an email address and a Skype address. So if you want to have, for any questions regarding the schools, the programs, or any kind of questions you may have about the school, feel free to go on this email address or Skype account and ask your questions. Okay, so that will be the time for me to answer all your questions, and if you have any kind of questions regarding the school, I will be glad to answer it when you want.
Hi everyone, welcome on this presentation about 3IS and its French and English programs. My name is Nicolas Martin and I work at the international department of the school. I'll be doing the presentation today. So without further ado, let's start. And let's start with, because we are a school of image and sound, let's start with a video just to give you a glimpse of what the school is and the premises and some of our students.
Parce qu'il y aura toujours des passionnés pour créer des histoires.
Bonjour et bienvenue à tous, nous sommes avec Arthur.
La 5, tu me resserres ça? Voilà, super. Super telle antenne.
Parce qu'il y aura toujours des gens pour écouter, regarder et vivre leurs histoires.
Nice.
Écrivez la vôtre.
So after this video, let's move on to who are we. So 3IS is a private higher education institution that prepares students in different fields in the creative industries. Film, television, sound, special effects, animated film, video games, motion design, and performing arts. Our manifesto is articulated around 3 different values: passion, creativity, and excellence. Passion for these jobs and for these fields, this is very important to show some passion, because most of the time these jobs are about passion. Creativity, the creativity is in our DNA for more than 30 years. When the school was created by alumni from EDEC, it's a school of film called now FMIS, and ENS Louis Lumière, and some film professionals. And also creativity in the way that the school has expanded the training areas. Initially, the school was about image and sound exclusively, but as we have just seen, now more fields have been developed. Also through the opening of new campuses and developing partnerships. And excellence is a priority for us, especially through state-of-the-art infrastructures and equipment, and thanks to the involvement of professionals in the educational project. I will go back on that point later. A couple of figures about 3IS. Now it's 4 campuses. The main one is Paris, Bordeaux, Lyon, and Nantes will be in for the next intake in 2021. It's over 30 years of teaching experience. The school was created in 1988. 5 training areas. We gathered different programs in 5 different training areas. It's film, television, sound, special effects, animation, video game, motion design, and performing. It represents 2,200 students now, and including 200 apprentices. And one figure that we are really proud of is 87% of our students are employed within the first year of graduation. So let's jump right into the topic and the programs. Let's start with the first area, film and visual or television. You can study in the Bachelor of Film and Television in French, or the Bachelor of Film and Television in English. So you have different specializations for the French program. Starting from the 2nd year, you can specialize in screenwriting, movie directing, TV directing, photojournalism, assistant director and script supervisor, production, camera, and editing. The difference with the English program is that you mostly focus on film and TV directing, with touches of camera, production, and editing. And you also have the possibility to apply for the master degree in screenwriting and directing, knowing that it's 2/3 screenwriting and 1/3 directing. The idea with this master program, this two-year program, is to graduate with a project of a film and with some sequences that you will have shot during the 2 years, but not obviously. You won't have shot all the movie because shooting a movie takes a lot of time. For the sound training area, we have at the moment only a bachelor in sound with specializations after a year and a half of in sound, film, TV, studio, and sound system. For the special effects training area, we have a Bachelor of Arts in Special Effects and a Master Degrees in Special Effects. You don't have any specialization because it's a field that is already pretty specialized. For the animation, video game, motion design category, we have both Bachelor of Arts and Master Degrees in animation, 2D, 3D, and video game, 2D. You need to specialize through after the third year of the bachelor in 2D or 3D. And master as well, you either study 2D or 3D. This is the specialization that you will have to choose. And for the Bachelor of Motion Design, it's a 3-year program, and you don't have any specialization because it's also pretty specialized. And lastly, performing arts, you have a Bachelor in General Stage Manager in Entertainment and Event, so a 3-year program. But you have also 2-year programs in Entertainment and Cultural Event Technician, and to be a Technical Stage Manager for shows and events. So some in general information about the programs. What's very important is this balance between art and technique. They serve one another, and it gives an expertise to ensure that the students will be immediately rational and efficient for the first job right after graduating. We also have a unique learning methods. I'm talking about the 20,000 square meters of infrastructure spread over the 4 campuses that include film sets, TV or live show sets, editing booth, recording studios, projection rooms, motion capture studios. This equipment represents 700,000 to 1 million euros investment every year. The aim is really to guarantee for our students to work in exceptional conditions and to prepare them for the professional world in the best possible way. We also have an e-learning system that has been strengthened with the health crisis, obviously, and to give more flexibility and autonomy for the students and to focus on the practical courses as well. And some workshops, challenges, and intensive weeks that are key moments that give tempo to the student life at 3IS. The objective of the challenges, for instance, is to give the students the opportunity to develop a project, whether in their own time or with students from other programs, within a short period of time and with certain constraints. That's, for example, you have a remix challenge for the sound program, and also a movie challenge with showing a show over the weekend. Moving on to the strong professional network that we rely on, we offer internships in all the programs from the first year, and they are most of the time. They are all the time, mandatory, and sometimes the first year they are optional, and they can be from 2 months to 6 months. We also have a possibility of a work and study track, depending on the program, and most of the time it's the final year of the studies. We rely on different prestigious partnerships. The most prestigious one is the César ceremony, which is the French equivalent of the Oscars, the American Oscars. And for that ceremony, we have some students collaborating with the teams of the Academy for different purposes, film lessons in the presence of artists or technicians who have been awarded a César, professional media interviews, and also recording of the Academy's event. Something that is also very important to notice and that gives structure to the programs is the productions. We count now 670 productions a year that are realized either individually or in groups. Each semester, students, they have to produce something related to the courses they study with the help of the teachers and professional teams. To give some examples, in the first year, the students, they have to work on the radio and TV productions, movie fiction, sound design, video games, live recording, and mixing. For the film and television, in the first year, students work on portrait and fiction. For the special effects in the first year, they have to work on paper and digital portfolios, short films with green screen, and creation of an interior in 3D. Animation, video game, and motion design, students will work on artistic book, animated storyboard, and board game. And for the performing arts, the student will deal with light, sound, video creation workshops. These productions are very important, especially for some programs. For the film and television, we push students to submit their work out there in the professional world, and especially to participate in festivals for students who create short movies, documentaries, and animated films. And now we have around 100 different productions that are selected in festivals. And one event that is also very important for the students of all the programs, the 3IS Fest. It's a music festival that takes place at the end of the academic year, and all the students from the different programs participate. They put into practice what they have learned during the year, and because each student has its expertise, they make this event happen. Obviously, this year in 2020 it was cancelled, but hope that we can maintain this event for the coming year. About international opportunities, the students have the opportunity to in Europe thanks to the Erasmus Plus program, but also worldwide, obviously. They can count with the help of the career service. They also have possibilities to participate in summer schools in Canada, Ireland, and the United States, providing that they don't have any internships during the summer, obviously. For some programs, we have exchanges in Singapore, which is the main one for the video game program. It's about creating a video game in Singapore for 3 months. If you want to go back to the country, that's a possibility. And also further studies in Canada and United States. So we have been developing some partnerships. Now the students, the international students, represent 10% of the students, and mostly they are in the campus, in the Paris campus. It represents also roughly 20 different nationalities. We have at the moment, as you have seen, only the film and TV program, the Bachelor taught in English, but we're going to open 2 new programs in English, BFA in filmmaking and MFA in cinematography. Something that is also very important at 3IS is inclusion and diversity and equity. because these fields have been subject to some difficult times in an environment. 3IS is trying to contribute and especially to shape students in different state of minds, so that these environments become safer and more tolerant for everyone. And especially 3IS have been fostering the integration of female talent. So for that purpose, an extensive training program has been implemented for all the teachers, the administrative staff, and also for the students, aiming at more gender equality, more equality between genders in the creative industries. And also we have a special need advisor on each campus for students with specific needs. So about the accommodation possibilities, obviously you are free to live wherever you want, but in Paris we do have a student residence. There is only 10-minute walk from the campus. That can be practical, especially the first year. And at the Bordeaux campus, the team will help you, the partners that we have with 4 different residences, and as a student, you will have a priority access. In Lyon, the team can help you with student residence, flat share, studios, apartments, and also in Nantes, mostly with student residence, but also other options if you need some help. Sorry, about the profile, the student profile, what kind of students are we looking for? Well, you need to show some strong interest in the creative industries. We're not talking about passion at this moment, because the passion, you can have some passion obviously, but you will develop it even more during the studies. But you have to show at least a strong interest for this field, to be curious, cross-disciplinary, open-minded, adaptable. You need to be able to get ideas and also to be inspired in different things around you. You need to be realistic in understanding in the way that the working environment works. So that, for example, it's, if you want to become a director, you need to know that it's a very specialization, and that not everybody can become a director. And you have so many other options, so many other jobs that you can do. You just have to look at the credits at the end of a movie or a TV show. You will see that you have many people working in different positions to make some project happen. That leads me to the fourth bullet point, the predilection for teamwork. These jobs, most of the time, you have to work in teams, and that's something that you will do. In the first year of the film and television program, in French, you will experience different positions to know how it works, what to expect from other, and to strengthen these skills for working in teams. And lastly, you need to have a will to develop technical skills. All of these programs, they train you to have technical skills. About the application. So the distinction is between the citizenship. If you are an international student, it means that you are a non-EU or EFTA, which is 4 countries, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Iceland. And if you are from the EU or the EFTA zone, you have a different way of applying. So if you're international, it means that you will apply for all the programs on 3IS website with the online application. If you are from the EU or the EFTA, if you want to apply to the film and TV in French or English or the sound program, you will apply through Parcoursup. And if you want to apply to the other programs listed on the screen, you will also apply on the 3IS website with the online application. You have 4 steps. First, the application. You need to provide a resume and a cover letter in French or in English, depending on the program you want to apply for. The academic transcripts from the last 2 years, a language test, either in French or in English. Of course, this language test can be waived if you have studied in English or in French previously. You need to also provide either a portfolio or some personal projects. The portfolio is more for the video game and animation, motion design programs, personal projects for the other programs. And you need to provide also your secondary education diploma or higher degrees, your higher education degrees. Then you have a 30-minute interview in French or in English, plus a specific test depending on the program. There can be a general knowledge quiz, a writing exercise, and then the admission results. It depends. It's usually after a week or 2 weeks, and then you have to confirm your enrollment in the school and to accept the offer. So if you have any questions, you can after this presentation over the weeks and the month, you can write to these 2 email address, and if you want some advice on how to apply, you can just copy my email address, and also my phone number if you want to reach me on WhatsApp. Thank you very much for your attention. And now we can move on to the questions.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thank you very much, Frederic. Thank you to all your team for this organization. Thank you for the invitation also. Yeah, I am here to talk about my school, about the CIF in Dijon. The CIF is actually French language school, and yeah, we're gonna talk about it during this presentation. There is PowerPoint, which is linked. This try to work if you give me 2 seconds. I hope that everybody is because I have sound in France, of course, of Burgundy, and in Dijon, the city of Dijon. So the city of actually a big city with a human-sized university, I'd say, and that's where we are inviting you to come and learn the French language in the CIEF. Dijon is situated 1.5 hours away from Paris with the train, so it's very easy to go to Paris if you want to go. Dijon is also, I can say it, a very beautiful city. We have a lot of monuments and architectural richness here. It's a very nice city to live. It's very nice to walk around in Dijon. It's, as I said, an historical city, an architectural city, and it's also a very nice city to study. So I will let you discover with internet what Dijon looks like, but I want to let a student card that allows you to assist to the cultural events, always free, but with a very good price. So it's always a good news for us to have this card, because you can use them for free. You can go to the concert for free sometimes, and the international students like to come to Dijon. So that presentation of Dijon, but I'm gonna speak now, even if I don't know if the PowerPoint is working. I'm gonna for help. I'm gonna continue. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So I'm gonna go back again. With the PowerPoint. Okay, so yeah, about uni as it is it's huge as universities in Paris or in Lyon. It is a university. It is located in a very green and you can discover by yourself with the website our university. This university look like the different and this the different programs that you can follow. The important, the one that you can see on my phone is about 3,000 international students. We are trying to develop an international atmosphere for our international students, and actually it's working pretty well. Usually our students coming from abroad are pretty happy to study in our university. Getting a lot to improve the situation of our international students. So yeah, it's a very nice atmosphere to study. I will let you discover the university itself with our website. Then I'm going to speak about my school itself, about the CIEF. If you you are interested in studying French. So now I'm going to talk about it. I am myself the coordinator of the CIEF, and the school where 500 students are going to study French here. I was saying before, it's a human-sized school. It's not one of those huge French schools. We consider it a little bit like as a family. For example, we have 10 teachers, and they are working with students, and this is a way for us to be very from our. So of course there is the teaching part. They are all very experienced. They are teaching things a long time, and we are used to receive international students. But there is also this proximity with them, meaning that yeah, we are not only teachers, but we are helping the students to integrate themselves to our school and to our university. So, what I mean learning French at the CIEF? It means that you can come if you're a very beginner. That's no problem. We have programs for beginners. But if you are actually already speaking French well, it's no problem. We can also have programs for that speaks already. At CIA, you will have 7 hours French per week, between 17 and 21, 22. It depends on the program. So that's the language part. Then you will learn the conjugaison, the grammar with your teacher. But it's not only that. We all have some workshops with our students, theater, for example, poetry, for example, singing, for example, and also you have those what we call optional courses, where you will learn more about the French culture, the Burgundy culture, the cinema, literature. Course about business are also available. So it's not only French classes, but it's also a lot of course we developing and giving. One other aspect that is important is the following. If you are coming to study with us, you will have 2 opportunities to get some diplomas. The first one is the diploma that we give, that the University of Burgundy is giving to our students at the end of the semester or at the end of the year. Meaning that following our classes in the CIEF gives you the opportunity to receive a diploma university, of course, you have to work and to work well and to pass the exams. But if you pass the exam, then you will have the diploma of the university that proves your French. The second point is the DELF and the national diplomas in year of French. So the CIF is an examination center that means that if you are studying at the CIF, you can also pass this exam if you want. It's not compulsory. If you can pass the DELF and the DALF, which is diploma that you can use to work or to study at university. That's the diploma that proves your level of French. You can use it all over the world, and we give it. We prepare ourselves for this diploma. So that was about the and about our school also to our students the possibility to have a résidence internationale. The résidence internationale is a residence where international students are living during their stay in Dijon. It's a very nice place to live with, of course, internet, with a 24-hour help desk, and it's actually very nice when you live abroad to be surrounded by other nationalities, other students are coming from countries, and in Dijon you have the opportunity to stay there if you like. This residency is situated 10 minutes away from the city center, 8 minutes away with the tram from our school. It's a very nice place to live, and I will encourage you to stay there if you come and study in Dijon. The next, oops, I'm gonna go back. Thing I wanna talk about our cultural okay. So let me organize one second. Yeah, you have also you have of course the resident, but we organize also for you to come to study in our language. We can organize also the possibility for you to live in a French family. This is possible if you ask us. We can organize this for you because we have a lot of families that are working with us, and if it's the solution that you prefer, if you would like to live among a French family, you can ask this, you can organize it you. It's always a good thing to live among a family, because then you progress, you improve your French even more, because even when the school is over, then you have to continue speaking French with your So I want to talk now about an important point. I hope that the port is working? Not yet. Thing, important internations to learn the French culture, and in the CIEF, we do organize not every week, but every month at least. We organize a trip to discover some other places in our region or in our country. We organize trips in Paris, of course, but also organize in the region, in Lyon, for example, or in the Château de la Loire. So we have one of our colleagues that is specialized in organizing those trips and is organizing it for our students. Yeah, let's say every month. Of course, right now with the virus, it's a little bit different. But yeah, to organize it, you know a lot of students. You get on trip with them, and it's French, the culture of the region you're in. So I think that yeah, I will encourage you. I will like to with you more about the CIEF. I would like to answer the questions if you have some, and yeah, we're very happy to see you in Dijon to study French. I say it very, very often, but speaking French is very, very important nowadays, because of course we do speak English, but knowing a third or fourth language is always a good idea for your career, for your studies. It's always a good idea, and I do think that in the world of today, knowing French is and will be more and more important. So if you are interested about our school, free to write us, to contact us, visit our website, our Facebook, and we will be very happy to welcome you. So I'm done with the presentation. I want to apologize for the sounds we could have, and I want to invite to follow me in the Zoom room. Then we can discuss. We can have some conversation, and I will be happy to your who are interested me to room. I will be answering your questions. Thank you all, and have a good night.